Hey guys, my name's Noah Prince. I work at Helium as a protocol engineer, and we built this thing called Tuktuk that lets you automate anything going on in your Solana programs. And I figured a great first use case for Tuktuk was this thing that has kind of existed on Solana as an idea for a while called the Fanout wallet. And there's a few implementations of this. There's the one that we at Helium use to distribute HNT to HST holders, and there's also Metaplex's Hydra. But none of these are really implemented in an automated fashion, right? You have to actually go and physically claim your shares. Um, they're also a little bit more complicated in that they typically work around some kind of NFT or token shares, and most people who want a split type wallet usually just want to say wallet A gets 20%, wallet B gets 50%, etc., etc. Now, one design constraint here is I don't want there to be any kind of limitation on the number of wallets that can fit in this thing. I don't want the transaction size limits on Solana to kind of become an issue with this. So I'm going to be using a little bit of prior art because we've built this before, but I also want to change some things with the existing implementation. For one, I want you to be able to create a persistent wallet that you can send things to. So not just based on a single token account where it distributes for USDC, but I actually want you to be able to say, hey, if this wallet starts receiving bonk and it used to only receive USDC, you should be able to go and run a transaction and get that also set up on the split. So basically everything that goes into this wallet gets split. And I also want this thing to directly use Tuktuk, so there's no time that it's ever not doing an automated distribution. And we'll let people use cron jobs to decide how often they want to distribute. So maybe you want it to distribute once a day. Maybe you want it to distribute once a month to save transaction fees. It's kind of whatever you want to do. So actually going to try to vibe code a lot of this because I think we'll be able to get through faster. So generally speaking here, I like to decide my state up first or up front when I'm doing a Solana program. It's, Solana programming ends up being an exercise in data modeling. So, generate structs for a fanout wallet. We want a fanout v0, which has the authority, and we're going to track inflow. So we want total inflow and a name for the fanout. And so we can actually distribute shares on a per wallet basis without worrying about all of the other wallets by just tracking the inflow. So if there were 0 tokens in the wallet yesterday and there were 5 tokens in the wallet today, then the total inflow is 5. And if I'm owed 20% since the last time I claimed, I should just get 1 token. Now, actually, I don't think we want the inflow on the fanout itself because there's going to be inflow for every single different token account. I think we can put total SOL inflow on the top level fanout, but not the total inflow of all the token accounts on this thing. And we want the bump seed. And then I think we want a fanout token inflow v0. And I always v0 everything because you inevitably have to change stuff, and it's really ugly if you have to add a v1, but you didn't have a v0. So we want an inflow v0 that keeps track of the total inflow. And we also want a the last snapshotted amount on each account. That way we can see how much it's changed, right? So last time we checked the SOL in the account, it was, at 5. Now it's at 10. That's how you're incrementing the total inflow, is you're able to see what it is now versus what it was before. So we also want to fan out token inflow v0 that keeps track of the total inflow and the last snapshotted amounts and the mint address, but we'll just call that the mint. And then we want some way of defining shares in the wallet. So of defining shares in the wallet. And here we should have a total number of shares. These should each be a Fanout share, maybe Fanout wallet, Fanout wallet share v0 struct. That way we can kind of stack them all. And then we also want vouchers at each token account. So we need to keep track of, for each wallet, how much they have claimed in each token account. So you also need a Fanout voucher v0 that tracks the inflow on a per wallet basis per token account. So we're creating a lot of structs here, but generally Solana behaves better that way than if you try to stuff everything into one struct. Costs a little bit more rent this way, but it'll make the program a lot cleaner. And my hunch is people aren't going to be putting that many wallets in this thing, and it's sort of a one-time cost for something that's going to keep going for a while. So we'll hit it. Probably it's going to generate some crap, but at least we can fix it. Okay. So we got the bump. I usually like to put the bump last. Name is definitely not going to be that. Sorry, my G button is kind of broken. This we're going to want to put last because it's a variable length. But the rest of this looks correct for the fan out. Now, for this, we're tracking the inflow. We probably want to track the parent fan out. And we need to track the mint, which I think be up front. And it needs a bump. Wallet, shares, and the fan out. This all looks correct, although I put the fan out first. And then we have the voucher, which has the wallet, the fan out, the mint. This makes sense because this attaches to the actual token account. And really, this shouldn't be the last claimed amount. I think this should be like the last claimed inflow. Hate how it leaves useless comments. Because we're just tracking the inflow difference. We don't actually care about what's in the account. We care entirely about kind of the derivative of what's in the account. So this looks good. And let's just sort of, figure out what seeds we would want here. So this will probably be something like, fan out with, a hashing of the name. This is going to be, fan out, or really like a token inflow. This is all, we can probably just refactor this to call it token inflow. We don't need to call everything fan out in the fan out contract. That'll probably make it a little bit cleaner. So total inflow, the fan out, and then the particular mint that we're claiming on. I think this makes sense. I think we'll want to actually track on this to the token account just for convenience sake, so that we can do has ones to it. I guess it's not entirely necessary because we'll be using associated token accounts. This will be a wallet share, and I think actually we're gonna want the shares to be easily fetchable by the UI. So I'm going to do something interesting here where we just use actual indices in here to hook this up. Right, so we'll have share 0, share 1, share 2, share 3, and on the fan out, we can actually say, pub next share index. Definitely don't need a U16 or a U64 for that. And now we can actually just crank out wallet shares, and we can put on this an index. And actually, this is kind of a similar pattern to what we'll be doing with Tuktuk on this. We're actually going to want a cron job associated with this. So the fan out will have a cron job whose job it is to run all of these claims. And we should actually keep track of a next cron transaction index as well. And so as we add wallets and token accounts to this fan out, we'll be adding transactions to the cron job. So the way the cron is structured is you have this cron job. It has, some schedule like daily. And then on that, it has a bunch of transactions, right? And so the first one might be, claim wallet 1 USDC. The second one might be claim wallet 2 USDC, etc. And then, you might have claim wallet 1 bonk, et cetera, right? And so you're just going to have a bunch of transactions for every wallet, X every single token account that you care about. So now we have these indices where we have the next share index, and we also have the next cron transaction index. And this looks pretty good so far. So now we need to actually go and implement this. So implement the contract endpoints for this state. What we want is, I think we'll want a initialize fan out v0, which initializes the fan out with some args name and authority. This should also create a Tuktuk cron job. We'll see how smart the AI is here. I'm gonna actually go ahead and add Tuktuk. We want Tuktuk program because we're inside a program. I don't know if it will actually be able to figure this out. Let's see what the latest version is. I don't actually remember. Usually this wants to tell me what the latest version is. I'm not sure why it's not. I'm gonna go check crates.io. Zero 3 1. Okay, so we want 0 3 1. So this should create a cron job with the I think we should have a global queue authority. So potentially we're missing a struct here. I think we should also just have a not a cron job, but a just like a global state v0 or something like that, because there should just be a global task queue that we're using. So we want like an initialize global state, and this should have, that should just be like global state seeds. And this should just initialize the global state with a valid task queue. And make sure there's a queue authority struct with, we're going to have just some queue authority seed. PDA of this smart contract as an authority on the task queue. And then this should initialize Fanout, should initialize it, and this should create a Tuktuk cron job with the Fanout. You're using, it should use the same queue authority from above. So a little bit on Tuktuk here, and the model that we're using is every queue has some finite set of queue authorities that are allowed to queue tasks onto it. The reason actually that you need this is because any task that runs in Tuktuk can actually schedule follow-on tasks. So I can schedule one task that then schedules 5 more tasks. And the rent for those 5 more tasks can come from the task queue itself. And also, you don't want your own task queue getting gunked up by other people's things. So there is no public task queue for Tuktuk. Instead, everybody creates their own task queues and manages them appropriately, because there are some inconveniences of having to share your queue with other people. That being said, it's not designed to have a billion task queues. In fact, it actually costs 1 sol to create a task queue. It's more like rent, because if you close that task queue, you get it back. But the idea is that crank turners have some overhead when they're watching your task queue, because they have to keep querying it. They have to watch it on the WebSocket. So you shouldn't be able to create those for cheap. So generally, you want 1 task queue per company, or in this case, since this Fanout wallet is going to be kind of its own Helium thing, or really its own separate thing from Helium, we're probably just going to make our own task queue for it. But there's no reason that you couldn't use the Helium task queue and then add it. We just probably don't want to do that because we have our own stuff that we're watching for on our task queue. So this initializes the cron job. Then we're going to have, like an add wallet share v0, which should, actually, I think we should just make this an init if needed. So an update wallet share v0, which allows the authority to init if needed and update the shares / wallet address for a wallet share for a wallet share v0. And this should add or edit the cron job transaction. Well, no, I guess it shouldn't touch cron job transactions because this wallet share is not associated with a particular token account. So we don't need to do that. So we update the wallet share, and I think that did just give me an idea though, which is we have this token inflow v0, and we should be tracking the cron transaction index on here. That way we can go edit the cron job and remove that if we remove this token inflow. And that makes sense because we're checking the next cron transaction index. So every time we add a new inflow that's tracking, we'll change that value. So we'll have an update wallet share, and then we'll have a something like a track inflow v0, which adds a cron transaction and inits the token inflow v0 struct with total inflow equal to the actually wallet share v0. So the CRON transaction index is actually going to be on the voucher, and we'll want an init voucher v0, which adds a CRON transaction and inits the token v0 inflow v0 struct if needed, equal to and that should work. So you go and you, for each wallet and mint, you init a voucher for it, and optionally it's going to init if needed the token inflow, because we need to be tracking that. So setup would look like one, we initialize the global settings. Two, we initialize a fanout foo. Three, we add and wallet shares to it. Four, we init vouchers for every token account we care about. And this is sort of a sub 5, really, for A. This init schedules cron transactions that call claim v0 for each voucher. And so we also need a claim v0, which should track the difference in inflow and allow claiming that wallet's pro rata share of the inflow really we want the change in inflow. So I think that's it. Let's just see what AI generates, and I'm sure we're just going to need to fix a bunch of it, as is tradition. Whoa. I'm just going to stop this now. Is it not? Does this not have my dot cursor? It does not have my dot cursor. Oh, Lord. Okay. To Tuktuk Fanout. Okay, I got my dot cursor. This is just, I like having things like this. I don't like having like 10 billion things in the lib.rs. It's really gross. Okay. Oh shit. I think it's not looking at state. Okay. We need to add context, state.rs. It didn't erase. Oh, Jesus Christ. No. AI gone wild. All right. Do it right this time. Usually it's like halfway decent at, constructing anchor stuff. I don't love the way it does it most of the time. So I'm going to let it finish what it's doing, but I already see something I don't like, which is it's not using set inner. It's using just setting the fields individually, which a lot of people do, and I think that's what like the Anchor docs do. The reason I like using set inner is it forces you to set every single value instead of using defaults, which I don't know, to me catches more bugs. All right, let's see what we've got. Let's see what nonsense it's created. Okay, so let's start the path that I said we were going to take, right? So payer as authority, I don't love that. I like making it so people can have a separate payer from the authority. So we're just going to put a separate payer up here. Authority can just be an account info. This is basically just an arg. Oh, Jesus. Arg. Okay. But I like what it did with the rest of it. I'm going to add a little bit padding here. This queue authority is on the task queue. So there's actually a task queue authority struct account info. I think it's like a queue authority. Just go check here. Yeah. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this from the Tuktuk contract itself. But you have a task queue authority. And this does not. We should just need Tuktuk program ID queue authority. And this makes sense. So we're just making sure that we have authority to do things on this task queue, and then storing it. Let's see. Okay. It doesn't like, oh, it's because it didn't generate any of the stuff in here. Pub mod. Looks decent. Okay. Now we actually have checking here, which is nice. So yeah, let's just manually import things. So it doesn't like something about this. The pair specified for an init constraint must be mutable. Oh yes, so I changed that. Box everything is what I've always learned. This should be a task QV0. And that looks correct. Is it ID? Huh. Maybe it's Tuktuk ID. There we go. Okay. So everything looks correct here. This is old anchor style, which is interesting. Fix that. And we've got our inits, which is pretty straightforward. Okay, now let's look at initializing the Fanout. So we want to just import, it's usually Solana program hash, and let's just make a hash name. A little bit cleaner that way. Pair should not be the authority. I really should change my cursor RC, or my cursor rules for this. So I don't like when it makes the pair as the authority itself. Cool. So we've got the fan out. And it doesn't, oh my God, save issue. Okay. Got the global state, which I don't think we actually need the seeds here necessarily. I guess we can, just so that the TypeScript resolves it. But this should have one task queue, and we're definitely going to need the task queue here. So I think in this global state, we've got the, for context here, what's going to happen is when we go and we try to schedule this cron job here, it's going to require all of these things because it needs to add that cron job to the queue. So actually initializing the fan out is going to kind of require all of this stuff, which is fine. And then we should be good. Doesn't like this. Oh, queue authority is already declared. Okay. Now the cron job's not going to actually exist yet. So well, first the args here, I think what we're going to need a schedule, because that will decide how often this is happening. And then I'm actually just going to go to the Tuktuk examples repo here. Let me just drag down the browser so I can show what I'm doing here. Okay, so now we need to actually go and schedule a cron job here, or rather at least create the cron job. So I'm going to go look at the code for Tuktuk. And this is honestly how I interact with a lot of Solana programs, is you just go actually read the code. It makes it a lot easier to call these things in CPI. So we have this cron program, instructions. I know that I want to initialize the cron job, and let's see what all it takes. So we've already got this task queue. We don't have a task, so we're going to need that. We're going to need these two things. We're going to, basically need all of this stuff. So I'm just going to peel it all up, but I'm going to make sure to effectively go and remove all of the inits here, right? So this I'm not initting, it's just being done via CPI. So now I just have an unchecked account, which is gotta check it, initialized in CPI. All right, and I'm gonna do the same thing here. It's definitely going to be mutable, but we have no idea what it is. Likewise here. Although this, let's see, it might be worth keeping the seeds so that TypeScript auto completes these things for us. Yeah, so I'm going to keep the seeds just as a hack. It'll actually make this endpoint a little bit more expensive because it'll be deriving the bumps twice. But like initializing a fan out is not something people are going to be doing that often. So I don't feel the need to optimize this endpoint. So we can actually make it easier for the TypeScript by declaring the bumps here, by putting like a seeds program. This will just make it a little less error prone too, because it'll throw errors that make more sense. This is still going to be used in CPI. Now, interesting here is it's using the authority. We actually want the user cron jobs here to be the queue authority. In fact, we really only care about the cron jobs. In this case, this isn't like a general cron job that the user is creating. This is associated with the queue authority. Because the entire life cycle of this cron job is managed by the program here. And user cron jobs might or might not be initialized. Actually, I'm wondering. No, we can't just have one giant cron job for this. No, that wouldn't work. Okay, so the user cron jobs is going to be associated with the queue authority, and that's going to be kind of running the show here. We don't need space constraints here. We just need it to be immutable, and we just need the seeds and the bump in the seeds program. These should actually be the cron program ID. And kind of the same story here. It actually might be worth. There's a lot of seeds derivation. I'm going to go with the original idea, and we're just going to make the UI do a little bit more work because otherwise it's going to be doing a lot of derivation, which gets super, super slow. So we already declared the task queue, which is nice. Did we make it mutable? Yes, we did. The task is there. Task return account 1. So these things, if you don't know what they are, don't worry about it. When you try to do a return from a program, there's a limited size, and so to get around that size, we actually shove it into an account, a temporary account. Sometimes you've got to get creative. Okay, now I want the authority up here. It would make a little bit more sense. And I actually think we're going to need the cron program here to initialize this. Okay, so total inflow is 0. Last snapshot amount is 0. Actually, this should be context counts.fanout. It's actual LAM ports. We should let them set the total shares. Which should be a U32, I thought. There's no reason total shares needs to be U64. Next, share index. Yeah, so these both make sense. And now we need to initialize the cron job, which should be easy. Initialize cron job v0 with CPI context. New. Initialize cron job v0. Not sure which one. It should be the CPI one. Fill struct fields, and come on AI. There we go. let's see. Okay. Free tasks per transaction. So every single one of these transactions that's running in here should have 0 free tasks. These aren't scheduling more transactions. Like when I schedule a claim here, the result of running that claim is just that the tokens get distributed to a wallet. It doesn't actually schedule more tasks. Now, num tasks per queue call. This is one that I expect we're going to get a lot of questions about. This is just when the cron job transaction gets queued, we actually just queue one transaction on the queue at the time that your cron job is supposed to run. We actually schedule it 5 minutes before the cron job is supposed to run. And that job's job is recursive. Its job's job is to queue all of the transactions that are on the cron job itself. So what happens is, let's say at UTC midnight, I want these claims to run. Well, at 11:55 the previous night, it will queue every single claim onto the queue for UTC midnight. This is just kind of an implementation detail, but it makes it so that the queue doesn't get overcrowded, right? Like we have all of these fan outs. Say we have 100,000 fan outs. If 100,000 fan outs have each one of them 10 wallets on them, that's a million different tasks that are sitting on the queue. But most of those tasks will have the exact same execution time, which is UTC midnight, and that's kind of wasteful. So instead, we only queue the tasks 5 minutes before they're actually needed. And that's where num tasks per queue call gets put into play. Is you're trying to figure out and schedule as many of them as you possibly can. But if you set this number too high, it just won't fit in a transaction. I think eventually we'll deprecate this variable and figure it out ourselves how many queues we can fit. But because transactions vary so widely, it's hard to tell how the task is going to fail. If you have too many of these, sometimes it'll OOM, like it'll blow Solana's stack. There's a bunch of things that can happen. I'm just going to set it here to 5, which I think should be good. And this actually needs to be a new with signer, because we're actually going to sign this with the queue authority. This should be the program first. So counts.cron program. Let's see if this actually got everything correct. Task, the authority is the queue authority here. And this is just going to cause the user cron jobs for this fan out program to be large. All right, there's going to be a lot of user cron jobs for that program. But I think that makes more sense fundamentally than trying to put it in the user who creates the fan outs wallet. Yeah. Okay, this all looks correct. I'm sure I'm going to find out somehow that it's not, but okay, args.name was used twice. That just means we need to clone. This looks correct. So this actually is creating us a cron job. And by virtue of this, there's no actual crons that are running because we haven't added any tasks to that cron job, or really any transactions to it. But we'll get to that in it voucher. Well, actually, first let's do update wallet share. So shares is U32. We have our fan out. Now this is interesting. Oh, that's horribly ugly. First, we need a separate pair. And this should just be a signer. And we need a has one here to make this have the authority. Okay, now this looks somewhat better. So this creates the wallet share. And I think we want to keep total shares constant so we know how many total shares there are. Args.shares, wallet share.shares, so this also needs to be at 32. Cool. And we increment the Fanouts next share index. And this looks good, except for in the case where we're editing a existing one. So this should actually index I think that would look a little nicer. And then this becomes the max of the, args dot index and fan out next share index. And let's see, we probably need to do +1. The next share index will effectively just tell the UI how far these things go, just so that it's not fetching way too many accounts. But obviously somebody misuses this and takes an index that's like 10,000, then the UI is going to have to do a shit ton of fetching, which is aggravating, but it is what it is. So this is pretty simple. It sets our wallet share. Let's not pass wallet in as args. Let's pass it in over here. This is basically just an arg. The reason that I put pub keys not in the arg struct and I instead put them in the context struct is because when a Solana transaction is being created, accounts that are the exact same get sort of compressed out and it makes the transaction smaller. So in this case, authority might be the same as wallet. And so that would compile down to just 1 extra byte for the wallet here. Doesn't always work that way, but it's nice to at least try to save bytes. Okay. So now comes second hardest part, init voucher. Let's see how it did. It probably, man, I don't love that it put the pair up top, but at least it's a separate pair this time. This should only the authority. Well, I guess anybody really should be able to initialize the voucher if it doesn't exist yet. So I guess that's fine. I think this makes sense. Total. So we have this token inflow, which gets init if needed. And we have the voucher. It gets, let's add some extra padding to these. Let's check the seeds. Token inflow. Fan out mints. I don't know. Do I want this to be based off the wallet or the wallet share? I guess well, I think this actually needs to be based off of the wallet share. People editing these things in place, that actually becomes a little bit interesting. Well, what happens to the existing voucher, but I think it has to be associated at the share level, because then we can make it so that um, you can't, and we'll have to add this later, but you shouldn't be able to edit the wallet share without making sure that every single mint is claimed. Otherwise, you're gonna create very weird circumstances. So let's think about what happens when somebody goes and changes a voucher, um, or changes the percentage that one share is owed, and if they don't go and edit or really run all the claims, then you could potentially get less than you should have. And potentially the wallet ends up in a state where there's tokens sitting in the treasury that can never get claimed. This also creates a weird loophole where you could grant one wallet more shares and they could drain the treasury for more than it should have. So this is a little bit of an interesting one when you're working on something like this that is not on a per token account basis. Now, how do you make sure in one transaction that every single token account has been claimed? And that might not be possible. Okay, so had a little bit of a snafu with the recording. It wasn't actually recording changes to my screen, but I came up with a solution to this problem of needing to claim all the rewards before actually changing a wallet's shares, and that creating issues. So what I decided we should do is on the voucher itself, track the number of shares at the time that the voucher was created, or last claimed. So we know which wallet this was supposed to go to for this voucher, and the number of shares that it was supposed to have. And then when claim runs, it should first claim with the amount of shares that the thing used to have to the wallet that it used to have. And then once it's done that, it can then update the shares to whatever the new shares are, and whatever the new wallet is, and it can update the cron job and do everything that it needs to make sure things stay consistent. So basically, if you change the shares, it won't really take effect until the next cron job runs. And you could always, trigger this early by just, manually triggering a claim, since the claim endpoint should be permissionless. I also went and kind of fixed all of the AI slop that happened in here. So, we initialize the inflow if we need to, with, a last snapshot amount of, actually, this is probably wrong. The snapshot, we want the last snapshot amount to start at 0 so that we claim all of the stuff that's in the account as fresh inflow. I created this update token inflow helper here, which basically updates the snapshotted account balance, or we have some actual account balance right now, and what the last snapshotted one was. If we subtract what the account has now from the last snapshotted amount, we should get a total amount that was actually added into this account, which we can add to the inflow. We'll be calling this update total inflow in the claim as well. It's just important that we update the total inflow. We update the last snapshot amount after the claim is finished, right? So, claim goes through. It, basically you have to update the snapshot amount, then send out the tokens, and then update the snapshot amount again, because you only want to be tracking fresh tokens coming in. It's a little bit of a complicated problem here, but the idea is that we always want to check the fresh amount of tokens coming in before we do any transfer, and then reset that snapshotted amount. So that looks good. Here's where we're actually doing the Tuktuk magic. We are doing a claim v0. So setting up our claim instruction, going to the actual wallet that we want it to go to. And then we're compiling it with Tuktuk. Now this part kind of sucks, and I'm gonna probably add something to the Tuktuk program SDK to fix this. But because of the way Anchor generates program clients, the cron compiled transaction is a different type than the Tuktuk compiled transaction, even though the cron program is actually using Tuktuk types. Once you use Anchor's like declare program on the IDL, it just doesn't know that anymore. So you have to do this really gross mapping where you add the cron transaction. It's fine. I mean, like, it's not the most legible, but eventually there will be like an into function. So you just do like Tuktuk compiled transaction dot into, and it'll turn it into a cron transaction. And then we're upping the next cron transaction index here. So we're missing the associated token program, which makes sense because we are initializing an associated token account here, so we do want that. And no token program either. Where are we initiating? Oh, okay. Yeah, so we're just initializing the token account if it doesn't already exist. And this is the Fanout token account, so like the wallet's actual token account that tokens are flowing into. So we also need the token program. Easy fixes. Now this endpoint will compile. Now I'm noticing an issue here, which is we have an init voucher, but we don't have the ability to change or get rid of a voucher. So if we go and remove a wallet share, we should be able to close the voucher. And another issue that I'm kind of noticing that this is going to cause when we do that is we're going to take this cron transaction index that we've stored on this thing, and we end up closing that cron job, but we never recover that ID, which is going to make the cron job a lot less efficient, because we want to actually have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 IDs are all cron jobs. You don't want to have like 0 is a cron job, 1, 2, 3, 4 empty, and then 5, 6, 7 are full with something. It's not like the contract won't work. It will work. It's just it's not an ideal way to do things. So I'm going to ask the AI to implement this. So I'm going to say we have an init voucher endpoint, and this voucher that's created I'll do that separately. I like to have a rent refund on everything, so it's clear who paid for the rent for these things, and then we can return the rent to whoever paid for these things. So I'm going to add a rent refund to voucher v0 and wallet share v0 and token inflow v0 and when any of these get closed, refund to the rent refund. The rent refund should initially be set to the payer that paid to create this struct. Just being fair, basically. Huh. It seems to have... seems to have added some stuff, it looks like. Close token inflow, close voucher, close wallet share. Okay, well, this is actually kind of getting into some stuff that maybe needs to be worked on. Cool. Well, I guess that leads into the closing. When a voucher is closed, really we should never allow a token inflow to be closed, because there are still a bunch of vouchers that exist. Really, I guess we should keep track of the number of outstanding vouchers, and the token inflow should only be able to be closed when the number of vouchers is 0. Token inflow should only be able to be closed when there's no vouchers left. Let's see what this is doing. And a key. Sub 1. Yeah. Okay. This makes sense. So we can't close the inflow unless the number of vouchers is 0. When we close the voucher, it doesn't look like the cron transaction is removed. Additionally, we want to make sure that we're using cron transaction IDs as closely packed as possible. So when we open one up, we should add it to a list of cron transactions available on the Fanout. This list should be kept as small as possible. So for example, if next cron transaction index equals 2 and available cron transaction indexes equals 1, it should be changed to 1 and respectively. And that should effectively, keep track of things. We also need to make sure that we allocate enough space for this new vec on Fanout. And I actually have some resize to fit code here. And I'm just going to copy this from like another program. So resize to fit.rs. And this just basically resizes an account to fit all of the data that we put in it. It's just a common pattern that you end up having to use if you use vectors anywhere. So, and we need to add the error code for this. But otherwise, and this doesn't seem to be using create. Oh, it's create errors, error code. Cool. Well, when initial, well, it should face by using resize to fit every time it is updated. And we should tag at resize to fit. Cool. Let's see what it does with this. Okay, so it's actually doing it as a helper function, which is nice. I like when it puts it as an impl in the struct. Return cron transaction index. Okay, init voucher. This all looks right. Sometimes I just accept everything and then actually go, it's easier to look in an editor. So we have the next cron transaction index is here. And we set it. And by setting that, that's actually going to increment it, which makes sense. And we're adding the cron transaction. And when we close a voucher, we remove the cron transaction v0. Wow, it actually did it. Oh, no, it's okay. That. Yeah, things seem to be quite broken right now. Close token inflow v0. Wow. Okay, a lot of stuff is. I can't hit Control B on things. Okay, so it shouldn't. I think this. Let's fix what errors we have here. This is a vec. And all of these need to be added to the pub mod. No. Okay. Well, that fixed lib. Okay, so this needs the mint. Why do we need the mint here? I don't think we need the seeds. Here. But closing the token inflow can be permissionless, I guess, if the number of vouchers is 0. I do think that could get annoying though if someone's like trying to block you. So I'm just gonna make this actually take an authority. I don't think we care about the mint here. And that ought to do it. Now closing the voucher. I don't think it's close cron transaction. cron transaction. Add cron transaction. No, it is remove cron transaction. Okay. So we have remove cron transaction v0. And the queue authority is doing it. This function takes 2 arguments. That's because we need the program. This is probably the wrong remove. No, it's the correct one. Okay. Let's just fix with AI and see if it actually gets it right. No, that's... Oh, I see. There's actually a remove cron transaction args in the index. Yeah, so this is the return. Let's rename this to pool. Cool. And then we resize to fit with the... Now, closing a voucher should also be an admin action. I don't know that we need the seeds on this. Although it should has one fan out so that it's tied to that fan out. I don't think the mint is necessary. I don't think we need that for wallet derivation. Let's see. The cron job here is a Tuktuk cron job. Yeah, and that makes sense. That's mutable. And then I think we need to explicitly call this the queue authority here because we have a normal authority, and then we need to make sure that this is also the queue authority. But otherwise, this looks good. We should probably make sure that there's nothing left to claim for this. So I think that requires checking that the inflows match. So first I think we need to do context.accounts.token inflow.update total inflow, and I think we need the Fanout ATA. What did I call the associated token account? Okay, so we called this the Fanout token account. So when we close the voucher, the Fanout token account, token inflow. Okay, we do actually need the mint here. Has one. Well, I don't think we do need the mint. Straight Fanout token account dot mint token inflow dot mint, just to make sure they're the same. Okay, well. Cool. I think it's owner. So we need to update the total inflow. And then we need to require to eq the accounts dot token inflow dot total inflow and the voucher last claimed inflow, otherwise rewards not claimed. And this should be a create errors error code. So check first that they've actually claimed all the rewards before we can close that voucher up. And only the admin can close that voucher. And we should also check then. So the voucher, we did put the shares on the voucher. Yeah. We should also check that the wallet shares. So this should has 1 equals wallet share. We should this should be closed. Yeah. Well, in what case would you want to close the voucher? I guess you might want to be trying to recover the rent if you're no longer going to be accepting tokens of a certain kind, but I don't think I want to figure out that case. Like if you're at, well, yeah, I guess there's a case where you want to tear down the entire Fanout to reclaim the rent. So there might be nothing left in that token account. In which case you would close all of the wallet shares and then you would close all of the inflows. So we should just make sure that the wallet share at least is closed. So wallet share dot data is empty. So ensure the wallet share is closed. And then we can, go ahead and relinquish this whole thing. So that's closing that. And then this should decrement the num vouchers, I think. Cool. So we decrement the num vouchers. And that makes it so that eventually we can close the token inflows. And, we might need to, when we close this token inflow, we should probably close the token accounts. So when closing the token inflow, if the associated token account still exists, we should transfer all tokens to the authority and close the account. Let's see. Let's use init if needed and associated token for both token accounts. And I actually wonder if Anchor will do a close here. Like if I just do like a close to, it probably does not know how to do that. It probably does just the rent closing, but not the transfer of accounts, would be my guess. Payer here should just be the authority, which I think is probably not mute, is what it's mad about. So this is our closed token inflow. Doesn't like pair. Oh, and it must be provided before pair. Okay, well, helpful error. Thank you, Anchor. Mint constraint. Okay, so this should have one mint. Okay. And this should just be the mints. Mints. Alright. Cool. Now we're actually closing it. Signing it with the fan out. I don't love the way that this looks. I always hate this kind of thing. So let's go to state and we can add a macro here. Export macro rules, and we want fan out seeds. Fan out, which is going to be an expression, and then but it's not that, it's hash. Because I think when we initialize the fan out here, it's hash name, yeah, hash name.as bytes.2bytes. Name was bytes dot 2 bytes. And then when we're closing the token inflow, this should be fan out seeds. Oh, not quite. And same here. And we'll need to import that. I'm actually going to say we're burning a lot of compute on calculating the Q authority bump. And we're using it pretty much everywhere the fan out has it. Really, the Q authority bump should be on it should be on the global state, but I don't want to have to keep including the global state account. Can we add that to the fan out struct and then use it everywhere we need the Q authority bump. Should also make a macro similar to fan out seeds that takes a fan out and gives Q authority seeds. Just for the sake of cleanliness here, because I've seen we're using the Q authority all over the place. Yeah, look at that. Way better. Okay, cool. And now we have to probably import this thing, but this is so much nicer. Cool. All right, so that is closing the token inflow. Should close the accounts. For doing the token close account here, we actually probably don't need the close rent refund here. We just need it to be mute, which I kind of like this. Be explicit about it. I don't know exactly what Anchor's close is doing on token accounts, and if you don't know what something's doing, don't trust it. Okay. So this looks good. Now closing a wallet share should, yeah, just be a simple close. We don't need the seeds or the bump. However, I don't know why it didn't make this permissioned. Odd behavior, but I guess it's to be expected. Let's see what it messed up in state. It doesn't have hash, so anchor links, a lot of hash. Huh. Doesn't seem to want to use this. What if we oh. Huh. Why don't you? I guess. No, it's still not. Okay, that was stupid. Huh. Let me. I guess I don't know. I think I'm gonna have to fully qualify this, which is a bit odd, but I mean it'll still work. It should be named out as bytes, 2 bytes. Oh, you know, it probably doesn't like that. Okay. Cool. Okay. Now, this is actually something that I noticed in the I didn't notice it when I was building Hydra with Austin from Metaplex, but I did notice it when I was building the specific token split for HST holders, which is that depending on how frequently you claim, you can end up with a dust buildup, and the dust gets ignored, right? So what if every single time I claim, I am owed 1/10 of a token with decimals 0, right? That 1/10 dust gets burned. But after 10 claims, that 1/10 should have actually been a full token. And so what ends up happening is these token accounts basically accumulate dust, but that dust actually amounts to something over time. And you really want things to total to 0. So I actually found a little hack, and if you put on the voucher a amount, like a total dust, so we can just attempt to add those back into the mix when we do the claim, which will be some pretty intense logic. And now we have to set the total dust to 0 when we implement it. Okay. So here comes the fun part. Claim. We've got our token inflow. We've got our voucher. This should be using has one. So has one Fanout, has one mint. We have the Fanout's ATA, which makes sense. The receiver's ATA. Now this is kind of interesting because do we want to init if needed the receiver ATA? I guess we can't because there's no payer here. So if they don't have an associated token account for this, it's just going to fail. And I think that's okay. It can be any wallet that receives the claim. Now that's not correct, right? Like, man, AI sometimes. So we have a wallet share. Really, the voucher should just have one wallet, but it should also have a wallet share, and we're going to do that so that we can update info checked by has one, because the wallet share might differ from the voucher, and that means we need to actually go and update the cron job. But let's just do the basic logic here. Okay, so claim is, so we have the total inflow change. Now, did we keep track of the total shares in here? I think we did. Voucher.shares out of fanout.total shares. But we total shares across all members. Oh, we didn't keep track of this. So another thing that can happen is if tokens flow into the wallet, but not every share is allocated. And you can actually correct for this and effectively make it so that the shareholders that are there receive it. So pub total issued shares, we can make another U32 total shares issued to wallet. We'll have to when we initialize, this will need to change, but when we update wallet share, we can do fanout.total issued. That should just be total shares issued. But first, we should actually subtract whatever's already on there. So why does it say shared? Fuck. Total shares issued. Yeah. Total shares issued. Cool. Fanout better be mute here. Okay, cool. So that looks good. So when we go to do a claim, we actually are going to have a let total stake shares. Let's just actually do like let fanout. Fanout dot total shares. And then we can say fanout.total shares issued. And then we can do an unstaked correction, or really like an unissued correction factor. And we're taking the total inflow change as a 128. Stiff. And that will give us a correction factor. So we're effectively bumping the total inflow by the unstaked correction, effectively. It's a little bit complicated, but effectively what we're doing is increasing the inflow by an amount that cancels out the fact that those positions aren't staked. So we're basically pretending that more tokens flowed into the Fanout than actually did, so that the wallets that are staked end up with that percentage share that the other wallet should have had. Now, in this case, when a new wallet is added, we'll update the inflow. Yeah, I guess we should think through here. What happens if you've got 80% of the shares allocated, and you go add that 20% in? I think, yeah, no, this should still work. This might actually belong in the update token inflow area here, though. And so this should be the new inflow. And that should help here. So when we're knitting a voucher, we're going to need to pass in the Fanout, and that should do it. And we actually need to do that same thing. Fanout token account. Oh, yeah, I think we should be consistent here and call this a Fanout token account and a receiver token account. So now we've updated the total inflow with how much has come in. Now we're getting the total inflow change. We have the voucher.shares. Ooh, do not use float math. That's horrible. So really, I think we're gonna want to add 12 degrees of precision to it, and effectively what we're gonna say is the distribution amount equals the total inflow change. We're going to multiply that by our 12 here. And this should be as a U128. We're going to divide that by the total shares. Well, I think first we should then multiply that by the voucher shares, and then divide by the total shares, and that's the distribution amount. And this amount U64 is we have this dist amount we need to divide it by the 12 frec. And then we need to try into U64. And I do a lot of unwraps because generally you get a pretty good error in a smart contract when the unwrap hits. But these unwraps should never actually be being hit. So, I'll be able to debug it if something happens. So that gives us the distribution amount, but we need to do the magic to account for dust, right? So if we take this dist amount and we subtract from it the U64 version of it. So dist amount U64 dot checked mole as U128 dot checked mole. That's our dust. And this should be a low amount, so we can actually convert it into a U64. And so the new dust equals the dust plus voucher dot total dust. And then we can check if there's whole dust by doing the new dust, and we divide that by this 12 frec, which so that's our whole dust. And if the whole dust is greater than 1, we should just add 1. And then total dust equals new dust and just we should subtract the whole dust dot checked mole 12 frec, right? So we're basically subtracting the like whole dust. Well, whole dust is yeah, so whole dust gets rounded effectively, and then they're multiplying it back up. So that should work. Else we're just setting the total dust. What is this claim amount? Oh, this is bad calculations from that. So receiver token account. And this looks good. Now, did we just take a, yeah, we did. So all of these context that counts dot vouchers should just be replaced with the voucher. Counts dot total inflow. Let's okay, so let total inflow, or let token inflow cool. So we're doing our transfer. Now, here's a thing that we failed to do here, which is now we need to detect if the cron job needs to change. So claim is implemented properly for distribution, but now it needs to check if either A. Well, first let's actually go fix the cron job definition here, right? So let's fill struct fields and then. Let's see, this looks correct. So yeah, now we need to go effectively do that again. So claim is implemented properly, but it needs to check if either A, the wallet share.wallet, or B, wallet share.shares differs from what's on the voucher. If so, it needs to delete the cron job and recreate the cron job. With the new, it doesn't need to delete the cron job if it only needs to delete the cron job if the shares have, or if the wallet has changed. So first we can say, okay, so the voucher dot shares now equals context counts wallet shares, right? Needs to check if wallet differs from what's on the voucher. If so, it needs to delete the cron job and recreate the cron job with the new wallet. So, we're basically doing one last claim and then changing it. Okay. Claim v0. Where did it add this? It didn't seem to. Okay, so I'm just gonna reject all of these because it seems to have been trying to change close voucher weirdly. There. All right, we're gonna try this again. So let's try calling it claim v0. If so, and I'm gonna actually give it a hint here. which is update cron job if wallet differs. You know, maybe we should just write it ourselves. So if the voucher's wallet is not equal to the then we need to effectively do exactly what's happening in init voucher. This you know, whole block here probably should be, you know, keeping the code dry, but I think this is fine to repeat just once, because the code to abstract this is going to be kind of ugly. This is using the wallet share, this wallet. So yeah, let's just, you know, compile the transaction. We also need to do what's happening in close voucher, where we're removing the cron transaction. And we need the cron program in here as well. CPI. Guess we need our cron job, which should be, where's our fan outs? Fan out here has one cron job. And we're gonna have a cron job transaction, which, let's see, an init voucher, cron job transaction. But in this case, it's actually present, so we can use the bump seed, because this will be a box account. And this is actually not gonna be that, it's gonna be the and voucher. Cool. So we've got our actual, and I think this will also be a mute account. So we've got our claim v0. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Cool. So we need to first remove the old transaction. So we also need the queue authority here. Queue authority. This actually was the AI just completed with the bump. Okay, so every single one of these needs to have the bump change. So global state, yeah, it's not going to need it. Initialize fan out. I guess we can't do it in initialize fan out. Huh. Okay, cool. Why is this unreachable? Oh. Total shares issued is 0. Cool. Interesting. So this is now missing some accounts. However, it looks good now, and now we're actually, you know, updating queue authority, and we remove this. So we also need the system program. Now the rent refund for removing this should go to well, let's actually just refund it to the queue authority. Because it should cost roughly the same rent, right? So we're going to refund it to the queue authority. And then when we add it, the payer is actually going to be the queue authority again. Cool. And that ought to do it. So we're requeuing the thing up. And we're missing the system program here. But everything looks correct. So if the wallet changes, we just need to update the cron job so that the next time this gets called, it's not going to be, you know, on the incorrect wallet. And this voucher.wallet needs to be updated as well. And the authority is the Fanout. This should be new with signer. And it's actually the Fanout seeds. So the Fanout transfers, and then the queue authority signs us, you know, messing with the Tuktuk stuff. Sorry that this is so verbose. You can make it, well, I will make it less verbose in the future. But effectively, we are just managing our cron. And then let's go to init voucher, and we're probably missing some stuff here. Okay. So looks good. Now we should consider, and I'm not going to worry about you know, Sol just yet, but the cron job itself needs to be funded, because that's where the funding for running all of these tasks is going to come from. I guess we're just gonna have to leave that up to the UI, but the cron job does need some Sol, otherwise it will not work. So let's see. Let's see if this will. See if this will even build. Sorry, I don't usually use this terminal, but nope. Oof. Create accounts with a capital? Oh, it's because we're missing a check. And close voucher. Line 30. Struct wallet share. Check by constraint. And has one. Hash name and initialize Fanout is not found in scope. It's odd that it seems to be able to find it fine here. It's potentially the args.name that it doesn't like. No, args.name is there. Weird. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it needs. Well, that gave us at least an error. And okay. Ooh, interesting. Name args.name. Sure. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't like this. Okay. Oh, just anchor things. Okay. Okay. It built. Let's write a test for it. I think we can just... Alright, so we've got our local net running. What's wrong with this? Oh, this should be... Yells. Okay. Cool. I'm going to go into a different terminal here. Have running on another screen, and I'm just going to start the watcher. So I'm just running yarn watch in the Tuktuk Fanout. And then we're going to try to test this. Okay. So we need to import wallet fanout from target types wallet fanout. Okay. So we've got a program. We should probably just put this in a before, which will run before everything. Now we're gonna need a task queue that's set up. So I'm gonna go over to the Tuktuk tests for okay, so first we're gonna need a Tuktuk program, which I think we're gonna need import init from Helium Tuktuk SDK, and then we're in Tuktuk from Helium Tuktuk IDLs. And now we can say Tuktuk program ID. Okay, doesn't seem to like this. Oh, because we don't actually have that added. That's fine. Let's yarn add at Helium Tuktuk IDLs. So we've got both of these. Now let's well, yeah, let Q yeah, just make it a random. Definitely not that long. No. Yeah, I don't know what that's doing, but it looks kind of right. Whatever. All right. So I'm just gonna copy paste from the cron test, cron.ts in Tuktuk, to create our basic Tuktuk setup. So we've got Tuktuk config. I think there's just one Tuktuk config, so this can just be a const. There should be a. Oh, we don't have Tuktuk SDK. But now, Tuktuk config key. Cool. So we're initializing it. If it doesn't exist, then we need to fetch the config to then create it. Let's just set the min crank reward to 1 LAN port. Make it really, really cheap. And we are adding, actually the queue authority here should be our queue authority, which I can just hard code. Queue authority equals queue authority key of 0, which why don't we have that? So voucher key. Okay, we actually just need to implement. I'm just gonna tell AI to do this. Implement all PDA helpers for this program in at PDAs. Key, queue authority key, wallet share key, token inflow. Awesome. Crown jump transaction key it doesn't need. But everything else looks good. What did it do for the hash? Create hash. I don't I've actually had issues with this in the past. I think you need to use this SHA-56. I'm just gonna, yeah, so I'm copying some of this from another repo that we have just because I know that hash method is not gonna work. But this does. Cool, but now we have everything, and that is our queue authority. And we can actually add that as a queue authority. And now we should be good. Okay. So first, we want to just test the init fanout. So it should initialize a fanout. This needs seconds, so this will run at the 0th second or the 0th, so once a minute. And let's just pub keys fanout, and we want to .rpc and keys this, and well, we'll see if it gives us a good error without skip free flight. Add missing properties. Fanout key of Well, we're having one task queue, but we should have a fan out name. So let's let fan out name string, and then in a before each. Cool. So fan out of the fan out name. Now our cron job is, no, we need to add the Helium cron SDK. But we are creating the first cron. I'm actually curious. When we initialize a fan out, we're getting these user cron jobs. Okay. So we're gonna need to do a little bit of logic here. So equals key of the queue authority. Queue authority. And then this user cron jobs may or might not exist. And this is going to be in the cron program. So now we need a cron program. Import. And we're just going to init the cron program. Oh, you know, these aren't going to be available. So what we actually want to do is test that validator. We need to clone. We need to actually clone these things. Doesn't do not URL. It does address equals, and then I gotta go find the. You know, actually, I'm just gonna copy these from elsewhere. See if I can find the cron one too. Oof, I don't have the cron one. So I know the cron address is this cron IDL. So we're gonna have to go to Explorer and let's see if we can find the IDL address for cron. Let's see, anchor program IDL. That doesn't give me the address though. That's slightly annoying. Let's see if SoulScan gives it to us. Program IDL. Well, it's got the IDL, but it's not telling me the address of it. Oh, this is handy. I didn't even know they had that. Well then. I think there's a... Does Anchor have a fetch IDL address? Let me check if Anchor IDL fetches the IDL for the given address. I wonder if Anchor IDL fetch will be of help here. error sending request. But what request did you try? All right. Let's see, provider.cluster mainnet API.solana. What is a Solana mainnet URL? Well, what if I just put mainnet? I wonder if it'll. Okay, got it. Is it gonna tell me what the address was though? Probably not. Oh, sigh. How to get the IDL. Really don't know how I got that IDL key earlier. It's so annoying that explorers don't show this type of information. Maybe I'm gonna check one last explorer. Upgrade authority. Fucking God. Okay, so what we're gonna have to do is just if we anchor build-p cron. Oh, see. Just gonna upload or try to upload the IDL to anchor IDL upgrade. And that. Oh shit. I don't want to do that in mainnet. Well, I guess it's too late. We already did. Okay, it's not even gonna work. Okay, I'm gonna pause the video for a second and then just go grab it. Okay, I managed to find the IDL that I was looking for. So we've got the cron IDL. I can write this test. Okay, so we have this user cron jobs, which is nullable. Really what we need to know is the cron job index in user cron job, which is 0. But if user cron jobs exist, then it's well, really we want user cron jobs dot next. I think it should be next cron job index or 0. And I can go check the cron state user cron jobs. Okay, so it calls it a next cron job ID actually. Next cron job ID. Oh, we should really call cron job. Do we call it IDs all the way throughout? Cron transaction ID next transaction. Okay. So I'm gonna rename all of the underscore index stuff that we have in programs. yeah, to stay consistent, I'm going to name all of that stuff to IDs. All right, huge replace all. So cron job ID, and then if we index, and let's just let's just check these like packages. Okay, I think we're fine. So cron job ID and the authority. So we initialize a cron job. Okay. So we need the queue authority and the cron job ID, user cron jobs key. Now the cron job itself is going to have a name, which I think should just basically be the fanout name. And I'm pretty sure when we initialize fanout v0, what do we actually end up naming this? Cron initialize cron v0. Yeah, we give it the same exact name. Now the task is going to be a task key, and we just need any tasks. Or actually, this will probably be the next task on the queue. So here's our task queue, and next task equals next available task IDs. We just need one of these, and we actually don't want the random one. We want the first one. Cool. So getting the task key, and these are just does cron not have, I guess it doesn't, but we can just do key dot yeah, the task return account is just from the cron. But this should be extracted out. So let's say const cron job key. And there's no task queue involved in this. And yeah, that should be it. Because we didn't use the PDA helpers in this, we ended up having to do quite a bit more work in terms of like account munging here. But yeah, this is how you initialize the fanout. And then we're just gonna, const fanout, and then spec the name, cron. So we should expect that it, cool. That looks like a pretty good set. Let's see why my test explorer is mad. Wallet fan out line 3. Okay, so it can't find. Well, there is no such thing as cron ideals, so that would explain that error. So there should be node modules, Helium, Tuktuk ideals, lib, lib types. Okay. 28. Oh. And 51. Okay. So 28. Wallet fan out, wallet fan out. So this init. Huh. Huh. What is the... Ooh, this isn't Helium ideals. This is fan out ideals. Lib types. So fan out ideals, lib types. So it's wallet underscore fan out. And that should work. Now it also, I don't think, liked my args here. Name. Task queue name. Alright, I should really, yeah. Okay, so cool. We've got our tests. Alright, let's, oh shit. We need to anchor localnet this. Oh god. Program ID. Yeah, that was dumb. Cool. That just happened for my refactor. But with any luck, we should be able to initialize a fan out, which comes with the cron job. All right, so overall constraint was violated on the approver. Interesting. So there is no approver on, so this is probably happening in my initialize task queue. Okay. So what's happening here is Tuktuk needs to be running in testing mode to allow you to initialize an approver, which we don't have. So no matter, we can actually just clone down. So I'm gonna console.log the Tuktuk config address here. And then this should be somewhere in the Mocha tests. Cool. And this is going to just be the Tuktuk config. The nice thing about that is now that I've cloned that down, you don't have to worry about creating it. We just fetch it. But we will need to kill and restart the localhost. All right. Reached maximum depth for account resolution. So this generally happens because Anchor 30/31, like the account resolution re-implementation, sucks. Like, it's so bad. It doesn't try to recursively resolve has-one relations, and so if you end up having something that has both a like a seeds that includes an account and a has-one that includes an account, you get this stupid error where it just like recursively fails. So it can't find task queue and task queue authority. Now we have to add logging, unfortunately, to figure out like what fucking thing it actually, like which instruction it's failing on. Otherwise I'm just not going to be able to debug this. Okay, so it logs 3. So it is actually trying to do this thing. And it can't find task queue or task queue authority. It didn't want task queue, interestingly. Task queue can be anything. Oh, that's odd. How is task queue getting resolved here? Yep, here it is. So task queue is being used as a key in task queue authority, which it wants you to pass in. But I guarantee you something has like a has-one. Yeah, global state has one task queue. Okay, so this is happening because we didn't initialize the global state, actually. So we should be doing that here too. Oh wait, program methods, initialize global state. Yeah, this is real ugly. I think global state just had an arg. Oh, it has no args. Interesting. Authority. Okay, so global state just gets the task queue. So there's no args. It just wants a task queue, effectively. And authority. And that ought to do it. Declared program ID. Okay, so something weird is happening here. Let's check our program IDs then. So this is fan q, but if we go to constants, fan q, fan q. It's actually, we're gonna need to grind a key for this, but I haven't yet. But that's our issue, likely. So we'll need to restart. Whoa, an actual error. Okay, so it's trying to queue the task. And it used all of our compute. Okay, yeah, it's fine. Pre-instructions, just a compute budget instruction dot set fucking hell, did they change this? Limit. Oh, it's just this. Okay. Yeah. 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. All right, so we're just gonna set that to 1,000,000, and it'll probably be happy. Okay. So now it's angry because it's trying to initialize the global state, but it already exists. So do we already have a global state key? Nullable. Cool. Does not need that. Okay. Left, right. Constraint seeds. Okay, so it didn't like the task key that I got. Just make sure I'm using the correct cron job key. So we get the next task. Next task. Huh. That's a bit odd. Are we doing something weird? So initialize fan out the task. Okay, so the task is just getting passed directly through to initialize cron, and initialize cron. So the task that gets passed to initialize cron is using the next available task ID on the task queue. Huh. Which should theoretically be this next task. Especially since we're saying random false. Let's just log the next task. So the next task is 0. And B50D versus 6HF. Oh, okay. I see what's happening. Okay. None of this task queue stuff needs to happen. Unless the global state because we already have a configured task queue now. So we don't need to do any of this crap here necessarily. Once the global state is initialized, and once we've done that, then this should mean that the task queue is the global state task queue, right? Weird initializer logic. Okay, cool, we're good. Fanout was initialized. Now I like to do like a describe with a fanout. And we can just do, you know, a before each on this. And, you know, effectively copy all this. Say let fanout as a public key. We can actually fanout k, and then we'll just set fanout as fanout key. It should allow adding a wallet. And so we want to do an update wallet share v0, which has shares and index. We'll start with index 0. So shares, let's give you 10. Index is 0. And the wallet is, let's just create a new wallet. New wallet. Generate. Cool. This should have wallet share. Index wallet. Okay. So we should be able to add it, and that should also add a cron transaction for this thing, which I guess we'll worry about later. Let's just see if this works. Expected pub key to equal. Oh, interesting. So the new shares wallet. Oh, this is just dumb. Okay. Cool. So it added a wallet. I'm gonna actually set our schedule here so that it runs every second, because we can actually test the fanout through running tasks directly, which is kind of cool. Okay. So now we should do describe with multiple wallets. And then, you know, we're effectively gonna do share one. So new wallet 1, new wallet 2. Cool. Not going to worry about updates. We're closing right now. Let's just test the basics. So we've actually created this thing. It should, so first it should allow initializing the vouchers. Which the cron job. Why is init voucher not auto-populating the cron job here? Cron job, because the cron job should theoretically be on the fanout itself. So we're missing a has one here. And this is actually why I love using Anchor account resolution is because it tells you when your code is maybe slightly insecure, right? Like we're missing a cron job um, resolution here, and the cron job transaction is resolvable once you have the cron job. Although with the new anchor resolvers, it probably won't get it. And the mint, well, the voucher is for a particular mint, so this makes sense. The wallet share should theoretically be, so this should just be a has one. And does this actually have the wallet that we're initializing it for? It must have to, because the I guess it doesn't have to. Okay, so then we're just going to be passing in a wallet share here. So I expect that I won't need these two anymore. I won't need this. I just need a wallet share that I'm updating the thing for. And we need to create let's actually yarn add at Helium SPL utils so that we can like create mint provider. Let's just give it 8 decimals with me. Let's let mint provider mint. Let's just do like 1,000. Well, 10. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. To me. So that I can transfer them into the Fanout eventually. Actually, we should be able to just let's just mint it directly into the Fanout. So Fanout. So now we have this mint, and we should be able to create this for it. It's gonna want the cron job transaction, I guarantee you. Cron job transaction key of well, we should this cron job K. So when we initialize this fan out, yeah. Okay, so now we have the actual cron job, and we can just we know that it's gonna be transaction 0 because this is the very first one that's created was wallet share 1. Cool. So that should allow us to initialize the voucher, and we want to make sure that it has all the stuff we expect on there. So the shares should equal 10. Et cetera, et cetera. And that should work. Okay, let's initialize the voucher and see if it happens. Interesting. Failed to get info about an account. That means it's trying to, while it's resolving, it's trying to fetch something that it doesn't have. Okay, can work with that. So potentially the wallet shares what it doesn't have. Let's pub keys. No, it's. I wonder if we can. Let's search Explorer for what it was trying to fetch. Maybe it comes up. Seemingly no luck. Okay, so let's look at the code. We're initting a voucher. It's going to be fetching anything that has a has one. So the wallet share should have one fan out. It's going to definitely try to fetch the wallet share. But we know that the wallet share should exist from our previous test, right? When we go and create a wallet share, we actually get one. So we know that's not failing here. We know the cron job has one authority. And this has one fan out, which will get us the cron job. And the fan out's getting resolved from the wallet share, which we should have tested up here. I guess we didn't test this, so let's expect that this actually got the correct fan out on it. Ooh, fascinating. It's also fascinating that it's the same, it's GK every single time. So something, I'm wondering if it's, oh, it's because we connection. Do we have any dot fetches? Oh, I see. It seems to be trying to get the IDL. Ah, okay. I know what's happening. So we need a function here to ensure that we have IDLs. I'm actually just going to copy this from Tuktuk itself. So we just have one program here, which makes it easy. We have the wallet fan out, and we can grab the PID, and then we need to make sure that the IDL is actually there. And now, when I test something like this, it should just work. Command failed, anchor IDL upgrade. The path might be wrong here. Target IDL, program name, .json. Okay, why did this fail? That's interesting. Oh. It's just not running. All right, let's just see where we're at test-wise. Okay, so cron job transaction. Okay, so it didn't like the cron job transaction that I chose. That's interesting. Init voucher v0. We shouldn't have any transactions on this particular cron job, right? Yeah, because it's having to do with the Fanout's next cron job transaction ID, which should be 0. Let's actually see what the next ID is. Because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not 0, but it really should be. Oh, it's a fucking promise. Okay, so the next cron transaction ID is 0. I'm getting cron job transaction ID 0. And yet, it does not like init voucher. So this cron job transaction key is taking the cron job and the ID. And this is taking the cron job and the ID. So init up. Huh. Although this does sort of beg the question, like, why do I even need to? There's really no reason I need to verify the seeds here, because it's just initted in the CPI, and obviously it wasn't smart enough to figure it out for the client, so I might as well not waste compute on that. I bet it works now, or at least we get to a different error. Well, that's cool. Called unwrap on a none value in wallet state 91. All right, so total shares issued minus total shares. Oh, I mean, that checks out. This should be the opposite. Cool. So we've got our voucher. Cool. Now describe with multiple vouchers, right? And then we're just gonna, effectively do this and this for wallet share 1, wallet share 2, vouchers, voucher 1, voucher 2. This will be 1. Cool. Now, it should, let's just do this via Tuktuk. It should claim vouchers via Tuktuk. So, we know first we need to, so we'll run the first task, which will be the scheduling task on the cron job. So 08 run task of Tuktuk program. Crank turner is me. And this will give us transaction instructions. So wait, send instructions of this. So we're running that first task. And this run task is going to use some number of free tasks, which will give us the other ones. So I guess we'll need to look at what all things it's scheduled. So let's get the task queue, and then effectively we want to grab all of the tasks that are available in that task bitmap. So I just want to here, so let's fill out wallet. Should claim vouchers via Tuktuk by iterating the task queue bitmap, finding ones and executing every task ID where those ones are. So basically just want to execute every single task that's in the queue, which is what the crank turner would be doing anyway. Yeah. Well, I would be amazed if this actually works. But what do we even do as the split? So one of them gets shares 10, the other one gets shares 10. That's really not a fun split. If this works, I'm gonna probably change that. This should never use the await version of get associated token address. It's like so pointless. And I'm pretty sure it's deprecated now. I don't even know why they included it in the first place. Solana. We need SPL token. Okay, so there's something weird has happened to SPL token, I guess. Let's not use whatever fucking cursed version this is. Web3, is my Web3.js in a weird version? Oh, you know, I probably... Solana probably made some stupid breaking change on a patch version, because they always do that. Let's reload the window here and see if that fixes this stupid TypeScript error. No? Jesus Christ. It's always something. Okay. So, task IDs. Oh, that actually surprisingly looks correct. I guess it's good at bitmath. Runs all the tasks. And then we are, yeah. Wow, it like actually wrote a good test. Usually it doesn't write good tests for Anchor. Um, 345. Big int literals are not available. Okay. I mean, I don't really care that much about using big ints for this. We can just do like number. Okay. Let's see what happens. Token account not found. Oh, you know, those tasks are probably, well, for one, we didn't wait a second, which could cause an error. So let's await promise dot resolve. Well, no, because it's running every single task. But we should just initialize those keys. And let's see what tasks this actually ends up running. Oh, okay, so it actually, well, now it ran, but it doesn't seem like it actually worked. So let's see what happened. RPC is not responding. It's just localhost 8899, like that. You gotta be kidding me. Did someone break the fucking Explorer? Okay. Not enough LAN ports to, you know, I predicted earlier this is gonna be a problem. Okay, so when we create the cron job, we need to fund the shit out of it. So let's just await send instructions, provider, system program transfer, and then let's just transfer a fuckload to the, not to the Fanout, but to the cron job. And then should actually do our claiming here. Compute budget exceeded. Interesting. Let's okay. Just give it a shit ton of compute. Huh. I'm curious why that's failing. It's not, surely it's not using more than, yeah, it seems to be set at 200,000. And it's doing a run task. Okay, so it's this guy here. Ooh, okay, so it ran a bunch of stuff here. Claim v0 caused by a cron job transaction. Seeds constraint. Okay, so when we init the voucher, we set the cron job transaction equal to whatever cron job transaction we already had, which we're not even checking. Here, when we're doing the cron job transaction, voucher.cron, yeah, we're not doing a proper seeds check. Cron, yeah. So that ought to fix it. But we're pretty close. And then I want to try it with slightly different ratios here. Okay. So the very last transaction that it ran was claim v0. And so we've got this token inflow, which has a total inflow of, I guess because that includes the correction factor. We've got a last snapshot amount. So initially this token inflow is created in the init voucher, and then it is passed in here. And then we get 2 claims that run. I do think we have an issue here where, okay, we're updating the total inflow, but then we're doing a transfer, and if we're doing a transfer, we actually need to set the token inflow dot last snapshot amount equal to the current value of the receiver token account. So like this, or really the Fanout token account, needs to be reloaded so that we can set the last snapshot amount correctly. So that could be the issue. And then I think we just need some more logging here. So total and change amount dust. Yeah, some more logging I think would help us here, at least a little bit. Okay. And let's run through it again. Okay. Same error, but hopefully this time we get some better logs. Okay, so we have our... Okay, so this is just queuing the cron tasks. It's not that interesting. This is our claim. So the total inflow hasn't changed at all, which is interesting. So first we init the thing, and then we're initting another voucher. And then here we get our first claim, but there's no inflow change. So what's happened is when we're updating the inflow here, oh, I see. We're changing the inflow before we create this snapshot amount, I think. So then when we set this snapshot, this last claimed inflow, it's after it's been updated. This, I guess, has the interesting effect. If I move this, my initial idea was to take this block and move it above updating the total inflow, which would then make it so that the very first voucher gets all of the inflow that's in the, the account. Basically, like the very first wallet that's added gets everything in it, which I don't think is particularly fair. They should all really split that initial amount evenly. But this update token inflow function here is also going to be super messed up because all of the shares aren't issued yet. So I guess this raises a question, which is like, we're doing this correction. We're allowing you to not have all of the shares issued, and instead we, distribute based on that. But as a consequence, now what happens to the initial stuff that's in that token account? Who does it go to? I guess we could just set the last inflow to 0 for everybody that goes into it. The problem is when this thing is updating the total inflow, it's overcorrecting. Maybe we just don't update the inflow here. Like the inflow is 0 when you're initting vouchers. The only time the inflow actually gets updated is when claims run. And if you do that, then you can add all the wallet shares and then run the claims, and everything should be fine. So last claimed inflow equals 0. Well, we should still keep the total inflow for cases where you're adding shareholders later on. But we're not going to update it in this particular call. And I think that should make my test pass. Come on. There you go. All right, let's go check out what actually happened. If we can find a claim. Okay, so the total inflow change was... so it basically just wanted to distribute everything. What? Token balance is 6.4. Okay. What did this thing originally have? So this gets like 10 tokens initially. Okay. And then initting the voucher doesn't really do anything. And then we get our first claim comes through and says that the total inflow change is a lot more than it actually is. Is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So that makes some sense. It's less than the total inflow change. I think our inflow correction logic is wrong. Because in theory, we know that they should both be getting 5 tokens here. So I think this update total inflow is wrong. New balance, check sub the last snapshot amount, which is 0. And the shares difference is the... So let's see what the actual total shares issued were. So the Fanout has 20 total shares issued. Okay, so let's just make sure this math is correct. So we take the inflow, and then we're effectively multiplying it by the vacant shares over the total shares. Shares issued. Okay, I think I know where I got confused here. This is total stake shared, so this really should be total shares issued, and we should have fanout.total shares check sub, and then we're dividing by the TS. Yeah. I think this ought to fix it. Okay. This logic's a little bit wonky. Accounting for unissued shares, but it's nice to have, because some people like to have, unallocated shares and not have to, especially with something like this where you're, making transactions on chain, trying to claim everything. Like it's much easier to not have to recalculate and change every single person's shares when you're adding somebody new. But once this works, we should have our happy path tested, and then we can, test updating shares and, closing and stuff. Though I might not do that in this video. I might just write those on my own, because I don't know that that's super valuable. Okay, insufficient balance. So this is interesting. So it's trying to do a claim. And then it looks like it's calling unwrap. So state 91. Total shares issued. Oh, Jesus Christ. This should be total shares. Should have been a hint when it was asking me to convert the type. Need more coffee today. Yeah. It doesn't like the. It looks correct. It just doesn't like the big number equals. Uh, sure, two string. Free task account not empty. Oh, interesting. Oh, that just seems like some kind of race condition. Um, I'm just gonna do something dumb like that to make it so that the chance of any kind of like conflict is super super small. There, basically what happened there was it tried to pass a free task account to scheduling, and that task was already taken up because we had run a previous schedule that took it up. I think that's what happened. Um, basically, our task queue is. Oh, you know what? It's not a race condition. It's just our task queue is gunked up. Like, we've got a lot of tasks sitting in there from previous runs of this that we didn't actually fully run. Um, and when they're trying to queue all these jobs once a minute, or I think it's once a second, it's just filling up the task queue, um, which is fine. We just can't. Um, yeah, these tests aren't quite as isolated as I would like, I guess. Um, it's not a horrible problem. It just means that I'm gonna need to kill the local net more often if that starts to happen. I just need to make sure that it has enough capacity to run all the tests in CI. Okay, so that worked. Let's change this to like a 60-40 just to like make it make sense. So 60-40, well, it's a bit ugly with with this like extra math here. Um, so if we do like 20 and 10 shares, that would be really ugly because that gives us like a. So if we do 30 and 10, that should effectively be a 75-25 split. And that is probably a little bit easier. Yep, task queue is full again. Okay, it's good. Which looks like this and allows us to, connect a wallet and try to create a fan out. I had to sort of coax it a lot. I found out the hard way that you can't use. There's like this like new turbo pack thing. You can't use that or it breaks buffer. So that was fun. A couple of other bugs here and there, but the cool things that are probably worth looking at is this design pattern that we use in Helium, where you can use an anchor account. And I always wrap that with a nice type, so I just get like a use fan out and that actually will return to me some information about loading, state, and everything else. So super super useful. And so you can sort of track these, or you can stack these hooks, and you can use Fanout in something like use wallet shares. And here you can see I'm actually going through all of the share IDs that are available, generating keys out of them, and then using the use anchor accounts hook. And you'll notice that I got the info off of the Fanout here. So a lot of cool stuff that you can do there. Otherwise, this is basically just a scaffolded out Next.js and Tailwind thing, and it ended up having to use client side the whole thing because wallet adapter breaks if it's not client side. So yeah, I mean, who really cares if this is using server side rendering? I guess. The thing I'm working on right now is let's actually get use create fanout to work. So we have this use create fanout hook, which is doing much what we did in the tests, and then we're using this helper here from SPL utils of Helium, which will actually give these instructions the proper priority fee that they need, and the compute unit limit. It'll kind of figure out both of those things, or at least I hope it does. I can't remember exactly what this one does, but it should. So yeah, we've got main content. It's got to create fan out here. We've got some schedule stuff going on, and the schedule editor is pretty simple. It just lets you put in a custom cron script, and if you don't, you give it daily, weekly, biweekly, and it's smart enough to try to schedule those at basically the exact time that you're creating this thing, so that we don't get thundering herd problems. What I don't want is everybody running everything at UTC midnight because then Fanout's just going to get like super crowded, and that queue is going to get crowded. And I think Solana, globally can run 2,000 transactions a second or something like that, but on a single account, like right locked single account, I think it can only run like 60 transactions a second. So you want to keep from creating a thundering herd problem. So yeah, that is all hopefully done right now, and I am about to go and test creating a new fan app. And you can see it's trying to schedule it at 4:28 tomorrow. All right, creating. Transaction might be reverted. This might be because it's like set to the wrong network. Hopefully. Okay, I think it did it. This thing just the vibe coded UI doesn't actually have a like a refresh when it's done. Let's just see if your fanouts test total shares. Okay, cool. Let's see what happens when I click on it. Oh god, it just like, wow, this is all going to be like single page app style. Okay, thought it would like route somewhere. Okay, so I'm just gonna go and just this looks awful. And you fix it. Really, if I were designing this, I'd almost rather have it be a separate page. You click into the fan out and there's like a specific page for managing that fan out wallet, but okay, it doesn't like that I don't have class names. That's fine. Okay. Ooh. It's kind of gross. Yeah, the light mode just looks sort of jarring. I'm actually going to do what I said. Can we put the part where we're managing this fan out on a separate page? Getting a little crowded. Yeah, I will say Claude is just incredible for doing UI work like this, cranking out a new UI. I mean, the code that it writes is not always great, but for rapid prototyping, it's truly been a game changer. Cool. So now, okay, key.to base 58 is not a function. So it doesn't like something. Let's see if the AI can just fix it. Oh, I think it did actually figure it out. Huh. Use account is not a function. Interesting. Use account absolutely is a function. Oh, I think it's actually it's not, it's from account fetch cache hooks. That's why. Okay, so fan out not found. This should definitely be use memoed. And here we need to use fan out. Oh. Okay, I don't love what this thing has done. Let's save this and let's go back to before it mangled this, and let's do use fan out by name, where we can copy what we did before. And let's find where use fan out was used and change that to use fan out by name. And that should work. Oh, this should also. So we're not doing tons of derivations. What is selected fan out? Back to list, manage wallets. Oh, it seems to have left behind this weird thing. Like that's not used anymore because it's on a new page. Okay. Yeah, sometimes there's some fun involved with vibe coding. Okay, so we have this test. It still doesn't like the key that I'm passing to it, which is coming from use wallet shares actually, which is interesting. Use wallet shares. So yeah, so let's go to this use fanout and we can add an export const use fanout key for name. And now we have something a little cleaner here. I'm actually not sure what type this returns. So use anchor accounts returns use account state, which should have accounts on it. Okay. Wallet shares. Yeah, this doesn't really have an add wallet. Shares. This all looks good except for the obviously the add remove stuff is not correct. And it looks like it didn't load the schedule correctly either. Which I guess is not... Okay, so here's our actual fanout page. And to get the schedule, we actually need to get the cron job. Use cron job. So I think we'll need to use cron job hook. Which will look... Yeah, actually, I'm pretty sure I use cron job. Yeah, that was my example. Okay, so we've got our use cron job hook, and we need to use cron job on the fanout's cron job. And then the schedule we have there. Okay. 0, 28, 20. Yeah. Okay. I mean, people aren't going to understand what that schedule means, but it is what it is. Let's let's add the next run below the schedule as well. Well, yeah, let's just add the next run below the schedule. There is no next runtime. At least I don't think there is. Our schedule. Why are seconds and minute ignored in parse schedule? Alright, well, let's hope this doesn't mangle it horribly, but 0:28:23 should be running at like the 28th minute. So like 23:28. That's like totally not working. Oh, I see the problem here. Okay, let's just yeah. We need to undo this. Jesus Christ. Is there a history? No, there's not. Yeah. So get next run date is not happening on there. Let me check if the cron job actually has anything on it that is of use to us. Yeah, cron state schedule name. Okay, it has a current exec TS. And we know the cron will be scheduled after that. I think we might have done something in wallet app similar to this. Current schedule dot next run. Yeah, so use automate. What is a current schedule? Okay, so use automate hotspot claims. So we have this interpret cron string. Love it. Let's just pull that. Into utils schedule. Let's do this. think. Oh, I see. Okay. Change this to a schedule type. I think this is right. What does this thing do for hourly, daily, weekly, monthly? Do I even... What options do we actually give them in the UI? Oh, Jesus. Yeah, so this should use interpret cron string, and that would fix that for us. Custom. Handle type change. Oh, yeah. Schedule type on change. Otherwise, schedule to string. Huh. So I think that should work. Always hoping that I did it correctly. So next run, invalidate, weekly. Yeah, this is okay. Every 2 weeks. Let's daily, weekly, monthly, custom. Because I don't even, does my like schedule type support biweekly? No. Hourly, daily. Yeah, I guess we should give them the option to do hourly though. Okay, so now this schedule, like interpret cron. Update, interpret cron string, fix bugs, and handle hourly. Interpret cron string should handle any cron string. Yeah, I kind of wonder if there's like a cron TypeScript library. No, just a cron interpreter TypeScript. Cron, okay. Cron parser. This looks interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this looks great. Okay, yeah. Let's just add that. Yarn add cron parser. Now I can interpret the cron string and let's literally just get the fucking next run here. I don't even think we need to interpret cron string. Yeah, this interpret cron string can go away. And the next run, schedule to string. Okay, I think this is correct. Oh, I need to restart the dev server here, but I think I've actually done it this time. And that should actually get us it working. So next run is May 14th, 2025 at 16:55. This makes sense. Hourly would be at 17. Custom. So let's just set this thing to hourly. And okay, well we already have one. So let's go to test. That gives us our next run. Has no wallets on it. Okay, so now we need to implement the add wallet. All right, so let's implement add wallet and remove wallet. Should be a... Well, should it be a separate hook from use wallet shares? I think so. Called use update wallet shares. Make sure to follow a similar pattern to use create Fanout. All right, let's go see what it did. Use Fanout program. Yeah, that doesn't exist. Connection. Wow, God, this thing does a terrible idea. Terrible job. Oh, and it's not even using use async callback. What happened to following the pattern of at Fanout? Didn't use async hook. Didn't use SPL tools. TX sending. Shit. Just gonna really talk shit to the AI. Probably I need to... Thing is, I did a cursor file to tell it about this rule, but it didn't follow it. So we're just gonna have to yell at the AI until it actually gets its shit correct. Wow, look how much fucking less code that is. Oh, and it even asks for a use fanout program. There is no use fanout program. Wow. Okay, this is actually I don't want that. I think let's just import init as init fanout from wallet fanout SDK, and then we could just say like provider Jesus, this did a freaking terrible job. This should just be a fan out, public key or undefined. Update program, date wallet shares. Okay. Update wallet share, add missing properties. So We do need to know the index, so let's just change this to index number wallet shares index. Cool. So let's just do use. Yeah, this is add. Really, this should be like use update wallet. And use remove wallet should basically be kind of the same thing, but we're gonna do like a dot remove dot close wallet share v0. And I think when we're closing it, we'll need to close all the vouchers too. So close all the vouchers. So that needs 0 args. But we have a wallet share, equals a wallet share key, Fanout, and index. And that ought to work. But we need to update use remove wallet to find all vouchers associated with this wallet share, and so we have close. Yeah, we need to close all the vouchers and prepend those instructions to the instructions list in batch instructions with party fee. I don't think this actually like read the freaking code, but this current, yeah, because like the voucher. Oh yeah, it is right there. Okay, cool. So the cron job transaction here, yeah, I think we're gonna need the actual cron job. So info cron job equals use cron job. So yeah, so this cron job transaction key. So we need the I actually don't know that we need the, yeah, we don't need this. But what we do need is the actual wallet share, which, or voucher.account. There we go. Okay, so that's there. And this is just a cron job, or like an inflow, token inflow key of the Fanouts and the mints. Cool. All right. So this is going to get us all the voucher close instructions. And then, okay, so we should actually make sure that first thing we do is all of these, and then do this one. So like ensure vouchers are all closed first, which like shouldn't really be an issue. Cool. This can go away, and this can go away. Now, on this on here, update wallet. Handle add wallet. Length over 0. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay, set new shares, and then remove wallet. Okay, so that should actually just about do it. I mean, we're not making sure that we've properly claimed before changing things, but I don't think we have to in this case. All right, so let's just give it a random address. Let's say like the dev address gets 50 shares. Okay, it's actually asking me for something. It's trying to add. Okay, and now we got DevX is 50 shares. Okay, let's just give it another random address. Let's give this like 10 shares. Oh, unexpected error. Interesting. So I confirmed it. Unexpected error. Huh. Seem to have issue signing the transaction. I am curious if it... Oh, it's because I changed my Phantom. Okay. Okay, cool. Now let's see if it gets into a weird state if I remove this one. Okay, that seemed to work. Um, oh, well, okay, I think there might be a bug here. It's going, it's, this is not quite right. It's doing the shares dot length. It should actually be using, um, like the fan out. Should have like a, next share ID. But the fan out should also have dot cron transaction ID. Where's the fan out? Because it should also be keeping track of a vector of available. Ooh, that's gross. Well, it's available cron transaction IDs though. I mean, I definitely want to change that because that's gross. But the next share ID gets kind of blown out. if you remove an early one. I guess the UI can handle this though, right? Like, um, really, like first empty share equals these shares dot filter, or really we need to find index where this share doesn't have an info, right? And then index equals first empty share. Otherwise we get the next share ID. Otherwise it's 0. And that ought to work. And then when we're displaying these things, like shares.map should first filter to have a share with info. But now I should be able to go and add dev back with 40 shares, say, and it should end up being first in the list. Yeah, which it is. Cool. Now we want the ability to edit in place. So let's just open another composer and update wallet can also update shares wallet address on existing wallet. Can we add that feature here? All right, let's see what this looks like. It has some errors. Start editing, type of shares of 0. What in the fuck? Okay. So let's refresh this. It got us all of our things. Okay, so we've got an edit. We'll be amazed if this actually works. I just created another one. Oh boy. Um, yeah. So what is it? So it's set editing index share dot info dot index. Does the share even have an index on it? I don't think it does. Wallet share v0. Oh, it does. It's actually kind of okay. So is this just a UI bug? No, it totally wasn't. Okay. Start editing. So handle update wallet. So what's the actual editing index when I go and edit these things? Like if I want to make another one that's 39. Editing index is 2. That doesn't... Oh. No. Really the key should actually just be the index. And that would create some... Huh. What do these shares look like? Index is 2. Uh-huh. Index is 1. Ah, okay, so we've got a bug here. So so X share ID. So first of all, let's just do a little refactor here and change this to ID. But I think when we're doing this, we're pulling dot next. Next share ID is probably getting set somewhere interesting. So this wallet share ID equals, but this actually has an index. So so yeah, now this is super fucked up. We need to remove the one at 0. So I'm just gonna like manage wallets. We're just gonna, when I go to handle remove, I'm just gonna remove 0 no matter what we choose. Because that one is just straight up fucking bugged now. Okay, so let's remove it. Okay, we're saved, kind of, not really. Now I need to go and actually anchor build this and then anchor deploy it. But starting to look good. The next problem that we're going to need to tackle here is handling all of the token accounts that are sitting in this wallet, and making sure we properly prompt the user to you know automate them. So we'll probably want to have like some label here that is like automated token accounts and unautomated token accounts, and some ability to move one from the other and create token accounts that don't exist. Okay, anchor ideal. So since my last recording, I realized I needed to add a few things to cron, the actual program in Tuktuk. The first thing that it needed was the ability to actually track the next task that is going to schedule the cron job. So as I said before, we don't schedule all of your tasks, because let's say we have 100 token accounts here and 100 wallets. That's going to be a ton of tasks. We don't actually schedule them all at once, because that would clog up the task queue. Instead, 5 minutes before the tasks are supposed to run, we schedule a queue cron jobs task, which is effectively the unfurl. So when that runs, it will requeue itself while also queuing all of the various cron jobs or cron transactions that need to run. Now the cron job actually keeps track of what the next scheduling is, which allows us to have this little thing here that says no next run scheduled. Unfortunately, I freshly just deployed this, so we don't actually have a next run scheduled on this one. But tomorrow, when this runs, it'll fix itself. I added some handy copy paste things, and the whole impetus for this was I forgot to fund the task queue when creating it, and so it got into a weird state where it ran out of Sol and the task got removed from the queue and I needed to requeue it. So I actually went ahead and implemented this requeue fanout task, which really what you need to see down here. It's effectively is just a pass through to the requeue cron tasks from cron, and nothing special here. It's just it needs to be run through this smart contract so the queue authority can sign. And it takes a free task ID, and the hook is not all that interesting either. Just looks like a normal hook. We're transferring some more Sol to it because we assume that it's out of Sol, and then just calling requeue fanout. So nothing too special here, which is why I didn't record it. Now we're ready to actually keep on moving forward with this. So another thing that I added is something I just copy pasted from other Helium repos, because I always find I'm trying to implement this. Should probably put it in a library, but use Metaplex metadata using really actually an outdated version of Metaplex MPL token metadata, but I'm using the 2.0. The 3.0 is just unusable though, in my opinion. It's just they completely changed the interface, and I just don't have time to figure out how to instantiate all the different things that you need to instantiate and pass around to create things. I much prefer this version where I can just like it has a metadata parser. Yeah, metadata parser, metadata from account info. Like, great, perfect, easy to use. At some point, maybe I'll go learn it, but MPL token metadata is effectively like a frozen contract. I don't think it's changing anytime soon, so I'm okay with this. So we have use metaplex metadata, and before it created this use token accounts, which looks okay. I think yeah, this looks fine. Okay, so now make sure this is in agent mode. Let's add a section below. Where do we want this? I probably want it above wallet shares. Above wallet shares, below all of our info tags. That is token accounts. Create a component for each token account. Within that component, use metaplex metadata to get the token name and image. Display all token accounts in a grid with their balance. I feel like a grid would look decent here. Because we're going to end up having to, well, I won't tell it to use a grid. Let's see what it comes up with. We're going to end up having to add the create voucher stuff to it, but I've found with AI, telling it to do too much generally leads to a bad result. I usually try to, do little bits at a time. It's interesting because this thing is effectively like a light wallet. But I basically want to have, a card, and the ones that are automated should have like a green around them, and then there should be some kind of option to click enable automation on it, because you don't want to necessarily enable automation on all of them. I think we're also going to need a create token account, just because you might not have one for a particular type of token that you want to use. Or maybe we can probably put that in the empty text. So I'll cue that up. Can we add an empty state when you have no token accounts that says, in order to enable automatic splitting of funds, you need to first have a token account in this wallet. You can send this wallet tokens by copying the address above. Once the wallet has tokens, you can enable the has a token account wallet a small number of tokens. Once the wallet has a token account, you can enable the Fanout. You will need to enable the Fanout for each token account you care about. Fanning them out incurs extra costs each cycle. So, yeah, I mean, There's definitely better UX patterns for this. Like I could, have a button that's like create token account, and then they can go do the automation on it. But um, I think that's overkill. This is not a tool for people that don't know what they're doing. If you're trying to like create a wallet split, you're at least somewhat crypto advanced. And with any luck, maybe somebody will actually go and create a better user interface than I did if this works super well. That's usually what ends up happening is, um, somebody goes and creates a better thing than I did. Huh. Come on. Now you're undev. Whoa. Oh, God. That's gross. Yeah. I'm sure there's. It's kind of interesting. It pulled some stuff from somebody else's. Um, we're gonna not include IPFS, but we should probably include like at least like um, s3 dot star dot Amazon AWS. Oh, we could just do like star dot Amazon AWS.com. Is there any reason we can't just enable all patterns? I'm actually curious if this is like a security issue. Okay. Yeah. Reject. Okay. So that's fine. Can we add support for images S3? I think it's fair, like, not to allow everything. I think a lot of like wallets actually like proxy these things. Invalid URI. Huh. Yeah, so this is just, I think it should just catch this. What's interesting is, how does this thing already have tokens in it? Because I didn't send it any tokens. Seems to be pretty slow at fixing its stuff. But I guess let's see. Invalid source file. Oh, well, this gave me an actual URL, which is interesting. Oh, it's checking all of the it's checking everything that's in my wallet. So it got like an old Strata protocol thing. That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, this like use token accounts is probably doing it on like my wallet, which it shouldn't be. It should be doing it on the Fanout. Yeah, and this should probably be optional, and this should just say loading. Yeah, so it should not fan out or loading. Yeah, that was interesting. Okay, so this should be for the fan out. Cool. So I found it. In order to enable automatic splitting of funds, you need to first have a token account. Cool. Can we add a refresh button to this? Yeah, because I'm gonna send it some tokens, and then it's just not gonna know that I sent it some tokens. Refresh icon. Wow, that's cool. It came up with its own SVG. Yeah, cool. That looks like nice, decent, ugly tailwind. Okay, cool. So we've got a refresh button here. Still no tokens, but that's expected. Okay, now let's give it currently in testnet mode. Cool. Oh, is this do I have a devnet dev with hat? Send to. God, really, Phantom? Make me go through the whole thing again. I hate that Phantom doesn't save state. Okay. Solana done that. Close. Alright, so do I have a dev with hat? I do have a dev with hat. Huh. I wonder what the timeout exceeded. NFT storage.link. Do I have support for that? Next config, NFT storage. Kind of would like to display the image if possible. Oh. Each child in list should have a key share.info.index. Huh. Or share where the share has an actual. Oh. I also did a refactor to change that to ID at some point. Oh, Jesus. Share.info. ID. Oh man, that still says index. I'm not gonna fix that right now. I just don't feel like it. Okay. HTTP NFT storage dot link. I do have that. Okay, so this. Well, I guess it tried to load it. Oh, hey, oh, it got it. Okay. Um. Oh. Okay. I don't. I really don't trust it to write hooks anymore. So we're gonna do a use. We want to. Oh, we kind of shot ourselves in the. I shot ourselves in the foot here. In that the only way to create a voucher requires you to actually have like a wall, or really the only way to create an inflow tracker requires creating a voucher, which isn't necessarily. I don't think that's the way that I want to have this. So init voucher, we should have it create the inflow if it wants to. But we should also just have a separate init inflow v0. That way users can send tokens into a wallet before configuring vouchers. I guess we don't have to do that. So it's not really worth adding another thing right now. Okay. So I guess use create Fanout. We'll use like a similar setup to this, and I want a use create vouchers. So this will create vouchers for a given token account. And then we'll need to make sure that when we do the use update wallet shares, that we create a voucher for every token account that has a that has an inflow on it, which is going to be interesting. Cool. So use create vouchers. I'm just gonna copy that. Use create vouchers. The params here is we basically need we just need the mints. This on success pattern is kind of dumb. And then we're gonna need the use wallet shares. And that's gonna have to take a fan outs. And this is, what is this actually returning? Let's use anchor account. So I think it's just accounts equals shares. I don't think we need any of these. We do probably need the task queue. I don't think we need any of this. But we might need it. we'll probably need to get tasks. Okay. So we need shares.length tasks that we're going to schedule. If not shares found, please create a share first. Actually makes sense. You can't go and enable a split when you have no wallets to split it into. Okay. Now we need I'm gonna do this in just a slow for loop because sometimes if you do too many things in a promise.all, it just like gets completely bogged down. So initialize. Wow, I called that init voucher and everything else is initialize. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I have some stuff to fix later. That's I'm just gonna create like a. Let's just create like a. Over down here, like a notes dot text. So init voucher to initialize voucher, and we need like index to ID. Okay. I will fix those later. All right. It's init voucher v0. I don't know if it takes any args, to be honest, but we'll wait for it to tell us. Add missing properties. Okay, so we need cron job transaction key. So the next cron job transaction ID is going to be on the actual fan out. So let's just let's grab the fan out, and so this needs the cron job and the ID. So fan out dot cron job, fan out dot next cron transaction ID, because these should all be fresh. The mints we should already have, and the wallet share should be shared dot public key. If only if the share actually has an info do we want to use it. And so this looks close to good. I think this needs to be sub-0, and that. So this should just be a transaction instruction. Should just be instructions. Oh yeah, we don't need the transfer. So instructions. And that should batch all of it neatly for us. That's odd that initializing the voucher doesn't require a free task ID. Oh, because it's not actually scheduling the task. The task is already scheduled. The cron is the task, and the cron has a bunch of cron transactions that we can add to at any time. which is nice because that means we don't need the task queue. We don't need any of this stuff. We can just okay. So this will actually create the vouchers for us. We need to do this kind of the other way around, which is when I'm creating a wallet share, I need to find all of the token accounts that are associated with it and create them. But let's wait on that because yeah, there's two ways to get vouchers basically. Now use create vouchers. We should also do a like a use voucher.ts, and we have like a use fanout we can model it off of, and is it called voucher v0? Yeah, I guess it is. Use voucher. Use voucher key for mint. Fanout mints wallet share. I think I'm just gonna make this if use voucher by mints. Still gonna need all of that. Although, oh, I guess it's not the voucher that we're interested in here. By key, use voucher key. Why doesn't it like the voucher here? Oh, because this should be a wallet fanout. Did a very bad job here. So we're going to need that use voucher later, but what we actually need right now is the use inflow. So we have to detect if there's an inflow on the thing, and then display, green or whatever around it. So use token inflow key, fanout mint. Okay. And use token inflow by key. Use token inflow by key to see if okay, I think this is a good prompt here. We'll just, let the AI use my hooks, but do the UI for me. Always takes a little bit. And I think I'm actually just going to stop the recordings after this. If you're, curious, you can look at the rest of the code, but will, effectively get us to a point where you can enable the fan out. It's not going to really work nicely when you add new wallets, because when you add new wallets, you need to initialize new vouchers for every token account that's automated. And it doesn't have delete of the entire fan out. So it's definitely missing some things, but I think this is, close enough. So yeah, has an enable fan out. I don't know if this is even going to work. First try. Yeah, okay. Failed miserably. Wonderful. That's okay. So we failed because... Okay, so the cron job transaction that I did was wrong. So I have a hankering that it's probably the endpoint. Cron job transaction, because it's going to have to do with the ID that we're passing in. Cron transaction ID. Yeah. Because there should be an args cron transaction ID. Okay. Yeah, so we need an args here. And since we're doing args, I'll do my refactor. We need the well, wait a second. No, we don't. All right. It's this is a concurrency issue. Get next cron transaction ID means that these things have to be run in a particular order. I'm actually curious, did it successfully run any? It didn't successfully run any. We might have an issue running these things in parallel. But this is what's keeping track of the cron transaction IDs, not the user interface. And I don't love the idea of just having the user interface add cron transaction IDs willy-nilly. Because it doesn't have this sense of available cron transaction IDs. The upshot of this is that these transactions all need to be run in sequence, because otherwise they're going to conflict on the next cron transaction ID. So we could put this all in the UI, but then how does the UI know which IDs are available and how to, not fill in gaps? It would have to go fetch all of the cron transactions. Yeah, I think I'd rather have no gaps. I'd rather have it be more performant and just have to do this in serial. So, Fanout .next cron transaction ID is not necessarily what it will use. So const available. So first it's gonna pop take it off. We want the first element in the array. I think it's dot shift. Okay, dot shift. Otherwise, so, and I think we're just gonna need like a let current cron, and then we do like a dot shift next. If next, then we say, so we need to increment this, but only if it didn't come from next. Man, but then you have this original next. This is such gross code. So yeah, this is gonna need to be cleaned up, but I'm just gonna ask ChatGPT to fix this logic for me. Here. Can you fix my logic in getting the current cron transaction ID to match? I think it was in state. Okay, no. And use create vouchers to match get next cron transaction ID in state. Because I could keep writing it, but I haven't had enough caffeine, and I think it's gonna. Yeah, look at that. Sometimes it impresses me. It's perfect. Yeah, make it a function. Okay, now there is like a batch sequential parallel instructions that let's go look at what that actually does. Batch sequential, batch parallel instructions with priority fee. Okay, so for each group, it executes in serial. I don't think that's quite what we want. Because I want to basically try to. So I think what we're going to want to do is batch these all up and then send them individually. So what we probably want is and these should hopefully be transaction drafts. Okay, cool. And then for we can just send and confirm with retry. Let's see what all. I'm pretty sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I think we can just do await populate missing draft info and then like a 2 versioned TX. And that, and then, yeah, actually, let's just wait, bulk send transactions. That'll work anyway, because that'll actually try to re-sign the thing. Sorry, this is Helium's SPL utils. I mean, you can use it, the transaction. It's just we made a lot of useful things in there to send transactions, but we haven't documented it very well. So this is all kind of tribal knowledge, but it is what it is. Okay. But that should work because we're executing them in series. So I guess let's try it. In theory, it should all fit in one transaction anyway, but holy shit. It worked. Okay. So it's automated. It's got some ugly logs and some things to fix, but technically this is going to start distributing this dev with hat come the next epic. I'll implement the rest of the stuff here on my own. I don't want a 10-hour video, so I can polish this up and stuff, but it works. I guess to prove that it works, I should go create a new Fanout. So let's do a Fanout name test2. Total shares 100. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, this is 6. So so this should run at every 0th second. So this should run once a minute until it runs out of Sol. It's gonna probably put some annoyance on DevNet, but it is what it is. So the next run, yeah, okay, once a minute, sure. Test 2. Let's confirm. Okay. And then let's split it between Well, yeah. Let's give like 10 shares to this. Oh man. Value. Update wallet share v0. Huh. Range error value is out of bounds. Did I change update wallet share? No, it's still. What is this mad about? Oh, index is -1. That's freaking odd. Yeah, so use update wallet. Okay. Update wallet. So index empty share is okay. So it can, I guess. Fanout not found. Okay, we're just gonna refresh because I think it's in a bad state. But let's give me 10 shares. And let's go give the dev wallet. No, that's not the dev wallet. Let's give the dev wallet, say 30 shares, so we get like a nice even split. And then let's take this wallet and let's send some dev with hat because we know that works. Let's just send 10. Refresh this. Enable the fan out. Now it's enabled. And let's just watch my wallet to see if in a minute it actually goes in. Let's see, what transaction is this? Net voucher. Okay, so these are the initialized vouchers at 42. Okay, let's see if Tuktuk actually runs it. Just checking Tuktuk to see what's in the queue right now. I think we called this like fan out queue, right? Okay, so Q test 2. So it should have, I think it ran. Guess not. Okay, so here's my terminal where I'm debugging this. So we have Q test 2, which is running at in 9 minutes. Huh. I got scheduled really, really far ahead. So probably something interesting happened and it did end up running. Let's see if there's any action involving the Fanout address. No? Okay, well, let's go actually check Tuktuk. Okay. 6 minutes ago, we initialized the Fanout and initialized the... So the cron should theoretically be scheduled. Oh, huh. Okay, so the schedule didn't save correctly. I think it's just like this update schedule thing. 0 0 star star, because that's the default. It's using the wrong schedule. Type equals custom, handle type change. This should be doing on change. So it should have actually set the on change. Value equals schedule, on change is set schedule. Yeah, that, I mean, that should have worked. Schedule to string. Oh, yeah. Okay, so this should just return schedule dot. Yeah. Okay. Well, I will stop recording and then come back here in 10 minutes when this thing runs and show that it worked. Okay. And we're back. It's about to tick over to 8 o'clock, and I am watching the Explorer. So you can actually see 5 minutes ago, it ran and it queued 3 tasks up. What that queued was 1, itself, so queuing the next run, which would be in another hour, and then it queued our 2 claim tasks. And it just hit 8. So I am expecting that we should see it roll through any minute now. Unless, of course, there's an error in the way that the task is formatted, which could happen. Okay. And look at this. It ran. It did a claim v0 transfer to 2.5 dev with hat, and there should be another transaction. Should have ran 2 of them. Wonder what's happened. Oh, you know what? I bet what's happened is aha. So, dev the dev address doesn't actually have any dev with hat, which means it didn't have enough money to pay for the token account. Now we could have if needed the token account, but that's gonna cost soul to our crank turner. So I think we just set a policy like, hey, if you close the token account, you aren't gonna get anything from the fan out. Okay, so watch if I send 1 dev with hat to that address. It's actually a good opportunity to show, how to debug with Tuktuk. So now I can task list and we can see that that task is successful, but Tuktuk hasn't run it yet. It probably has it on a retry and maybe it'll run it again in like 5 minutes or something. But if a task fails too many times, it just gets completely ignored. But what we can do is we can do just a Tuktuk task run. Oh, hey, looks like Tuktuk actually beat me to it. Yeah. Oh yeah, it did. Cool. So we have the other transfer, which was 75. So if I go back to the UI here, 0, and you can see that we did the transfer.